Hello, my computer duders. I didn't see you there. How long have you been watching me? Long enough to see it all. You better explain the thing with the giraffes. Everything you saw was legal in the country where it was filmed. Let's fucking start off with a VHS slaughter. I'm hoping for the best, but let's be frank. Whenever I see VHS in the name of one of these horror games, I feel a pit in my stomach. Because it's like I've always said, one of the problems with these game devs is they don't come up with enough of a premise before they start making the game. So the entire premise is like, what if VHS tapes? And I'm like, yeah, and what? And then what? Well, I can't control anything. I can't move. Nothing is happening. Controls do not work. Well, that's a bust. What a strong start. Let's delete that one. Fuck you forever. Skip to Spectral filter. This one looks good. I'll be pretty put out, actually, if this doesn't work. It looks like it's got a killer mood. Yeah, this is more like it. I like what I see here. Very professional menu. Loading screens. By signing below, I affirm that in the event of my death, all of my remnants of my consciousness are to be permanently extinguished. I give full permission to any state entity to carry out extinguishment to the extent afforded by this state and federal law. Consciousness? Is this a world where uploads exist? Okay, Steam controller does not work. Xbone does. Ooh, pretty. This is what the windows look like in my factory dream. All yellow and crusty. Ooh, baby. Oh, this is some rich chocolatey goodness. I was not expecting this. Oh, man, I live for this. Physics-based doors like Penumbra. Technician, you're unable to process the body, failed to report the issue for another 17 hours. Find the filter they left behind, uses to process the deceased. That's ominous. This is really well made. I'm really feeling this. I'm fucking. We're rocking now. Now this is pod racing. Huh, huh. Well, fuck me. This is superb. I've just been pleasantly surprised lately by a bunch of stuff. That's that's good. Positive thing. Yes. No. Maybe so. Lights are on, at least. Maybe it blew a fuse. Real fake doors. Well, I can't fucking open that now. Don't you bring up the keyboard. You fucking Valve software. Speaking of Valve, I tried to do an RMA on my Index headset because I got the quote-unquote LCD burn-in, which nobody can really agree if that's what it even is. It's where two dim gray rectangles appear over your left and right eye view. Oh, there we go. People are saying it's due to indoor lighting sources. That doesn't seem possible. I keep really dim lighting. That's a cool mechanic. Anyway, I tried RMA. I'm like, hey, I've been buying stuff from Valve for a long time now. I have the OG Steam controller. I have Steam Link. I've got Steam Deck. I've got Steam controller. I've got Index. Are you gonna be cool about this? Are you gonna try to save a buck at the cost of a lifelong customer? And they basically, in polite terms, told me to go fuck myself and buy another one. Which, to be fair, I mean, Index is a 4-year-old headset, so I don't remember when I bought mine, but it's well out of warranty. It's well out of warranty. So they were never obligated to. It would have been nice, though. And frankly, I'm still probably going to buy whatever Gaben makes. Just not another Index, because now that I know that they have this issue, I would be afraid of the next Index having the same problem. And I don't think it's burn-in. People were saying all sorts of things. They're saying it could be microdust accumulation. But that doesn't track either, because a lot of people report having this issue pop up after leaving their headset in storage where dust should not have gotten to it. And also light would not have gotten to it either. So neither one of those really makes sense. Aha, there's a filter. What does it say? VAT and pipe management. That tracks. This is really delicious. This is fucking delectable. It has the strong vibe of the original Penumbra tech demo from like 2006. I'm still waiting for some shit to pop out at me, which I know it's gonna. I want to say I'm not looking forward to it, but then why would I be playing horror games? Also, speaking of VR, I almost wish I could show it to you, but I can't really stream VR with this computer. I found the most amazing world that I'd ever seen in VR. It was Organism by Dr. Morrow. He's the same guy who made Olympia Nights, so I guess that should not surprise me. I didn't realize that at first. I was like, well, who the fuck made this? Some kind of god created this world. And there's more I haven't checked out from him yet, either. I haven't been so impressed since A. Asagiri and his space colony maps. I can't get past this. Am I meant to? I'm pretty fucking hyped, though. I already explored Organism with 2 friends. I explored Olympia Nights with a couple friends a long time ago. You know, nothing's fucking happening, but I'm still having a good time. Just the map design. Oh, I saw this from the other side. This is where I am now. Okay. Where am I, by the way? Like, what is any of this? It is not clear what to do. I haven't gotten any items. That's not what I thought it was. Never mind. Okay. What is that? Paint. Vat and pipe management. This appears to just be a vat and pipe factory. For no reason other than to have vats and pipes. Checks out. Feels strongly like a liminal space Gmod RP map. Hello. Ooh woo. What the fuck is any of this? Can I jump? No, I can't jump. No jumping. No items, more books. Why did that work, by the way? Shaking flashlights always worked. Old batteries were fucking cursed. They had weird properties, like how you could revive a lead-acid battery a bunch of times when it was supposedly dead. Or how disposable batteries wouldn't just die all at once, they would just like fade out. To where in a flashlight they would just get really dim. Open. Open, open, open. I've been here. Did this auto close behind me? It might have. Can't get through there. This is what half my fucking nightmares are. Although I'm usually naked. Here we are. Okay. This is where I am now. Plant is to my left. Offices are up and to my right. Haven't been to the plant yet. Can I open these? I can't. It's some kind of industrial facility. Boy, this feels familiar. This is just my depression dreams. You know the ones. It's familiar like a warm hug. Anything down there? If I looked down there and I saw something looking back up at me, I would shit my goddamn pants. I would shit your pants too. I'd shit your mom's pants. Not that she isn't a lovely lady. Oh, there are in fact maps all over the place, and I have just been ignoring them like a dumb cup. I haven't seen that before. Am I in a new place? I like having a task to periodically do. Shaking the flashlight keeps me mindful. This is really beautifully made, though. Holy moly. I'm a fan so far. Do I need to get to maintenance, maybe? Why was that moving? That wasn't moving before. Why was that moving? Oh, spook. I haven't been here before. This is new, I think. Ooh, I'm feeling nauseous. Oh, I'm feeling weird. What is going on? Where am I exactly? I've been here before, though, actually. Never mind. Hard hat. Oh, here's the body.
Beginning filter process. Please stand by.
Extinguishment in process. Oh, I'm like a Ghostbuster, aren't I? Uh-oh. Lights are flickering. This Booberman's gonna pop out now. So it's not about uploads. This is a world where ghosts are real. And it's someone's job to permanently extinguish the lingering consciousness of deceased bodies. So that it doesn't become dangerous. What it do, Zulu? You missed out on VR night the other night. We found the most amazing map I have ever seen in VR. I hope you can make time at some point to check it out with me. Ask Snow Bunny and Shore Talk about it. They both have seen it. Wait, why do I need power for that? Oh no. My tingling anus can detect the incoming spooper. That'd be a good time to do it. Let me know if you do. I want to show it to you. I want to be your guide to this magical new world. I hear something breathing. I don't like that. We don't like that. My computer's also chugging, which means something is getting loaded. Are you loading the Spooperman? Why would you do that? It was so good I took a bunch of pictures with my VR camera. I'm going to write a travelogue article about it. I believe you will, Zulu. I believe you will. You're such a promising young man. The whole future is spread out before you. You will live to see wonders and horrors. Not horrors. I mean, those too. Oh no, shit just got real quiet. Oh, what the fuck is that? That is a ghost. That's not just a ghost, that's a ghost. I need to find a way to turn the power back on. I didn't get a good look at it. I don't know what it was. It just looked like a floating body. Oh, fuck. Was that supposed to happen? Am I okay? Do I have ghost aids now? I better not. Power, maybe? Maintenance? I can't see shit. I don't know where I'm going. We are not quitting this, though. No fucking way. I'm too invested. Cool premise, cool setting. Really basic gameplay so far. You can't win them all. I don't think this is the right way. I said earlier, this has Penumbra vibes, like the first Penumbra tech demo, when it was going to be apparently a radically different game. That was the first time I got my first taste of a atmosphere like this one, and I developed a craving for it. I think this is where the power job isn't done. Well, you're being chased by a ghost, bro. I feel like you should probably leave. That's one of the tough things about writing horror, is explaining why they don't just nope the fuck out of there as soon as something spoopy happens. Realistically, like a normal person, the minute you see some kind of spooper, you're like, nope. You know, I've had a good run. That's an oh shit. There, that was a real, actual goddamn spooper. I don't want none of that. I don't want none of. I don't. Whatever's going on over there doesn't have to have anything to do with me. Oh shit! Can I die from that? I guess a spirit would not physically harm you. It would just, like, psychically harm you. I'm in maintenance now. I don't. Should have taken note of where the power switch was. This is not going to make a very good VOD. I don't know what a fat yeet would consist of. I'm scared to ask. You want me to yeet mesquite onto e-girl feet? My secret is I'm never not doing that. I don't see any signs of the electrical. You know what it is? It's because the lighting's different. Can't tell what I'm looking at anymore because of the fucking darkness. It's around here somewhere, though. Offices. I'm where I'm supposed to be, I feel. Spoopy ghost. The ghost is just an irritated maid. Follow me around close. Oh, fuck! Well, at least it's really slow. I need to get past it, though. Wonder if time moves differently for ghosts, and to him I'm like supersonic fast. That'd be kind of melancholy if ghosts were perpetually trapped in slow time and experience accelerated. I don't see any electrical boxes. You know, I really just don't like being in the dark with a ghost. It will probably not surprise anyone to learn. Even if it's a really ineffectual, slow-moving ghost, this is just not a good time. Sure wish I knew where I was going and what to do. I hate myself for not knowing. This is why devs put in those hand-holding modes. Like in Bioshock, where it draws an arrow on the floor to tell you where to go. We all love to talk shit about that because we want to pretend like we never need it. But sometimes I need it. And it's really nice to have it there instead of just suffering and stumbling around. That can't be right, can it? Is this right? I've looked everywhere else, I think. Listen, Spooperton. I don't want to be here. You don't want to be here. Let's just suck at each other's dicks and be on our way. Actually, I don't know if I could say that. I've noticed a lot of creators who are actually. I guess I'm safe. I'm small time. Nobody's going to notice. But if you're a big time creator, you have to censor your swears now. Even James Rolfe had to go back and add bleeps over a lot of his swears in AVGN episodes. Which it's like, at that point, what's the point of doing AVGN at all? Aha, here we go. Fucking finally. Get wrecked, ghost. Suffer in the eternal afterlife of I don't know. I don't know what the afterlife is in this game. The scariest afterlife I ever heard of was in Cairo or Pulse. Not the American Pulse films. Those were utter awful dog shit that cheapened the memory of an awesome Japanese film. It's the worst thing I've ever seen. Is how they butchered Pulse for an American audience. But the Japanese version of Pulse, aka Cairo, is some of the scariest shit I've ever seen. I thought it's about ghosts. How scary is it going to be? It's going to be trite. I've seen it all before. But in Cairo, the afterlife is like sensory deprivation. You're floating in a black, silent void. And you can't hear anything or see anything or smell anything. You're just conscious. It's just being conscious in isolation forever. Which doesn't sound that scary until you imagine being that way for like 500 million years, just alone with your thoughts and nothing else. With no stimuli. I think I'd rather have the Lake of Fire at that point. Okay, the body is around here somewhere. I remember. The ghosts also have really weird movement in Cairo. I want to say that was the inspiration for how Mama moves in Guillermo del Toro's Mama. They kind of move as if they're weightless or underwater.
Filter process complete. Subject ready for termination.
He's gonna spook me, isn't he? I like to think I'm doing a good thing by extinguishing these ghosts. If this is like a Cairo situation where the afterlife is eternal loneliness and disconnection, that I'm giving them peace. Otherwise, I'm kind of the bad guy, aren't I? What can I say about that? That was really visceral. It's about 3 times bigger than it needed to be. It was really easy to get lost in the dark. I would have appreciated more signposts or colored emergency lighting. Am I gonna shoot this man? What the fuck was that? I think I just murdered a spirit. Do we know for sure that there isn't a good afterlife? That we're not committing an unspeakable crime? Where's the filter? Did I pick it up? Must have. Everything's settled down. This is 100% less haunted than when I found it. Hire me for your fucking ghost eradication needs. 100% unhaunted or your money back. That's not just a promise, it's a Hamdad guarantee. Did I do it? What, is there gonna be a twist ending? Don't you fucking pull the rug out from under me. Look at this aesthetic though. Look at how kino this is. I want to get a screenshot of this. That'll make an awesome wallpaper later. Hang on, actually got to do it now, otherwise it'll get overwritten in memory. This is the vibe I've been wanting to capture, though. Oh, Short Talk, I was telling Zulu about that literally like 5 minutes ago. I already took Snow Bunny on the tour. You guys are kind of at odds right now. I don't like that. I wish you could. I wish all my friends could get along. But I gave you separate. That was actually really cool. I hope that turns into more of a game. Very rich. Dreams had a rare diamond in the gun heap. Even the menus, loading screens, and whatnot were polished. Hope this gets expanded into something with more lore and gameplay sophistication, so I can pay you money for it on Steam one day. There we go. Now the Super 1-1 challenge. I've been waiting. This is something I've streamed before a long time ago. This is a new version of it, though, apparently. It's been upgraded. Shockingly... Hold on. This is where the computer wants to flash my personal details. I think. Yes? No? You gonna launch the fucking game or not? Looks like it's working? Question mark? Oh no, but it's Unreal based. A fate worse than death. Why can't I see my taskbar? There we go, that fixed it. I apparently don't have the option to expand it to be 21. Nope, it works, never mind. Does not work with Steam controller. There's no reticle. I guess that checks out. It would feel weird and wrong if there was a reticle. I can fucking ass stomp? That's awesome. Oh, I'm having some thumbstick drift problems here. I can't... I guess because he didn't include any function in the menu to establish dead zones. I always wondered why you could walk on some pipes and not others. I guess this is what's there. Canonically now. I've got thumbstick drift. That's making me nauseous. Am I bigger? You know, this is ill-conceived. This looks like something Nintendo would make, aesthetically. Nintendo would never make this, though, because this doesn't really work in first person. Maybe it's like a VR minigame. Can I, It's got the correct palettes and everything. I was talking about palettes with Snow Bunny. About how you can reuse assets over and over. And make them look different using palettes. And that's a sort of a lost art. Because the absence of space constraints means devs don't have to conserve file size as much anymore. But in VR, they kind of do. Because VRChat has much more strict limitations if you want maps to actually load. Especially on Quest. On Quest, it's got to be like no larger than 80 megabytes. So the ability to palette switch for the skins of different objects would actually be a meaningful boon. Oh, I don't want that. I don't think. It's a death mushroom. Will that kill me? It will kill me, won't it? No, it gave me a better weapon. Glad I took a chance. That's me for you. That'll kill me, won't it? I just immediately grab it anyway. I kind of want this as an arena shooter now. Useless. Really got a great 15 seconds out of that. So apparently this is meant for speedrunning. In which case I've already fucked it. I'm really just playing for the sheer pleasure of it and not really thinking about... I don't need it. Oh, what the fuck did the trees look at me? The trees look at you. Oh, I don't like that. That's uncomfortable. Don't you do these fucking trees? That's why we chop you down. Feels like some shit that would be on the Wii U in an alternate universe. Doesn't look that different from what I remember. You know, I've had it with Spooperman so completely, I keep expecting them to jump out even here. To, like, invade other genres of game. Oh, Short Talk, did you know there's a epilogue map to the Slav dimension that we played? Organism? That guy has a bunch of other maps we haven't explored together. And one of them is a direct continuation of the map that we played last 2 days ago. So there's more waiting for us whenever you have time. I also want Zulu to get in on the fun, and I want Snow Bunny to get in on the fun, ideally. We can make an exploring party. A 4-person expeditionary team. That way I can work all that shit into my... the good stuff into my articles. Can I run? I can't run. I have 1 movement speed. This is it. This is the Super Mario Brothers movie. I'm sorry if you're disappointed. That's Chris Pratt. Screaming, "Wah! Yay! Chris Pratt needs money! I just buy number 4 Tesla. So many Tesla. I have to take any role for the money." Cool. So anything but Tuesday. I'll try to schedule around everybody. Ideally, I'd like to do one night a week with as many of us as possible. I don't even know that many people with VR, so even getting 4 of us together would be pretty good. We'll be a legendary crew, though. Like, I'll be the brains. It'll be like Tails gets trolled. Somebody has to be the money guy. And the guy with no ears. Zulu can be the guy with no ears. Every team needs one of those. I don't know about that. I mean, it looks alright. You gotta remember that it's made for kids. And as a kids movie that parents can also tolerate, which is the purpose of it, we gotta remember normies are what society exists for and is based around. It seems to fit the bill. It's probably a great family movie, which is what Nintendo wants it to be. Come with me and you'll see there's a world of purest retardation. Take a look and you'll see that my dick is made of bacon. If you want to view paradise, simply chew it up and poo it. Any ass you want to, screw it. Want to fuck my ass? I'll let you do it. Yeah, I've had enough. I'm not gonna get all the coins. Probably the. I mean, that's not even a completion. That's a do not finish. Fucking idiot Mario. That's bad grammar.
Bye-bye.
I feel like that's what Mario says as he kills you. Cry the Mermaid. Looks like it could be cool. They do. You haven't seen that part of the trailer. They worked that into the movie as the Mario Brothers commercial. They have a Super Mario Brothers plumbing website too, as a little piece of ARG world building. Is this working? Hang on. It works anyway. I didn't give it authorization, but it just... You know what? Whatever. This doesn't bode well. Last time I played a spoopy game based on mermaids, it was one of the biggest disappointments of that year for me. That was Siren with a Y. Don't ever play that game. Like, from a technical standpoint, everything looked good. It was a pretty early Oculus VR game. But the gameplay was fucking atrocious. It was basically just a very linear point and click game where you had to do a thing, and then that let you do another thing, and that let you do another thing, and there wasn't any real indication of what to do. It's just the most basic concept of what game design could even be. Which broke my heart because it was set in an underwater base, and you know, I'll play anything. Anything set in an underwater base. I'm a bit of a butt slut for underwater habitats, if you hadn't noticed. Speaking of which, I still haven't gotten the mice back underwater yet. I need to drill some holes and get on that before next month. What'd I do? What do I do? Is this... What do I need this for? Emergency crane crank. Well, at least it tells me what it is. This also comes off as pretty basic. I have two different lights, interestingly enough. I have a close-up light and a distance light. Attach engine crank, spoon to light is green. Why are the textures moving? It doesn't seem like the textures should move. I'm not a crane scientist. Those are moving textures, though. That shouldn't be happening, I don't think. Is this what we're supposed to be moving? Well, it does sound like they might have manufactured some controversy. I think Nintendo saw what happened with the Sonic movie, about how it did much better in theaters because of the perception that Sega listened to their fans, when in fact probably Sega intentionally made scary Sonic to orchestrate all of that. So I think they had Chris Pratt intentionally do a shitty series of voice lines, and then they're going to reveal that he actually does a better job of it. They recorded two sets of lines, basically. One just for the trailer. It's intentionally bad. There we go. This kind of works. Not great. There's those slidey textures again. I would show you the Mario Brothers commercial, except that I don't know if that would violate, like if it would get copyright struck. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I think if Vinny gets away with it, I actually get away with it too.
We're the Mario Brothers, and plumbing's a game. We're not like the others who get all the fame. When you think is in trouble, you can call us on the double. We're faster than the others, you'll be hooked on the brothers.
Thank you, Super Mario Bros. It seems like the only thing you haven't drained is my bank account. For super service, call or text Super Mario Bros. Plumbing today at 92955-MARIO. Or reach us on the World Wide Web at smbplumbing.com.
And if you actually go to the website, it's got a little Mario hand. They made a website. I don't know what else to tell you. There's probably some clues. They've got like fake Yelp reviews. Jump.man, oh, that's cute. You got job applications for people who want to work on the film, which I imagine is no longer hiring. Band tour. So yeah, that's how they decided to work some of the old lore and music into the film, which I think a lot of it seems to be callbacks and shout-outs. Which they have to do, because the fans would be really upset if they didn't reference a bunch of stuff. And Mario has like 30 years of shit to reference. If anything, it's overburdened by lore. Am I muted? Hope not. Shouldn't be. This is kind of the plot of Vivarium.
I'm sure you're busy with work. Just letting you know that I don't know when I'll be home tonight. The county put me on a last-minute contract to survey this paper town in the middle of nowhere. A bunch of empty lots, I guess. The developers never built anything here. Anyways, for some reason, we didn't realize that this place was sucking up like 15 times the amount of energy that it should be for like 30 years. You know, the usual bullshit. Anyways, still looking forward to the curry, but don't be afraid to put it in the refrigerator. Love you. Bye.
I can't see shit. Am I supposed to be able to see shit? It's just blinking. There we go. There's the status bar. There's what's going on? There we go. I think. Steam controller support. Hot damn. I can't do options, I guess. I can jump. And zoom.
Anemoiapolis. Anemoiapolis. I think that's it.
Anemoia. Well, now we know how to pronounce it. Where are we? This is just a goddamn... This is a fucking wasteland. What state is this? Transformer. Can't run. And there's the Steam keyboard. Unwelcome as always. Separational to me.
Wait a minute. Did somebody tamper with this?
Fucking tweakers. At it again. See what I'm hooked up to.
Oh, shit.
I think the talking hurts it. I think it's stronger when the protag is silent. Not that I don't like his voice or anything like that. It's just that this is supposed to be such an abstract, inhuman environment. And game froze. Still frozen. There we go. Unbelievably still frozen. Can't get out.
I should be dead right now. Where am I?
I can't get out. I'm stuck. I can't descend into the water either. Maybe there's like a stairwell at the corner. Hold on. Can't go underwater again. Ooh, that's sloppy. The water texture reaches right up to the exact seam of the rim. That is weird. That is jank. If there's an easy way to get out of here, I'm going to be mad. I can't fucking jump out. Is it here? Is this it?
At least the water's warm.
Here we go. I'm stupid, turns out.
Hello?
Does not support Xbone, oddly.
Hello? Is anybody here?
Mario! Also, it's weird and jarring that sometimes it's only text and sometimes it's voice. I guess the text is his like inner monologue, maybe. Press X to Jason. This is the world's shittiest puzzle. Y'all remember this? Were you around when I streamed this the first time? It just abruptly ends at some point, and thanks you for buying it. I can't choose options. I don't know why. Here we go. I know what I'm doing. Real fake doors. Needs an underground pool. Who doesn't need an underground pool? That's exactly the sort of shit I'd buy if I was a billionaire. After building rehab centers and lobbying for a change in the law of my state to enact Ricky's law so that we can take care of the tweaker issue. After that's taken care of, I would absolutely... Once serious social problems have been addressed, I would spend some money on an underground pool. Fucking absolutely. Are you kidding me? I forget how to do this one. Did I just turn it off? I just turned it off. Oh, I shorted out the lock. Ah, I'm clever. I knew what I was doing. This is the Windows 95 room, I guess. Let me make sure I've got the latest version of this. This is new. This is a little bit different. This makes me uncomfortable. I still can't choose options. I couldn't tell you. Hi, are you guys feeling it? Have you seen this before? What's good, Hail Hydra? We're just playing Animeopolis or whatever. Which is just liminal space meme game. But it's like the liminal space meme game. Everybody else is just like backrooms, backrooms, backrooms. And this guy was like, you know what about every liminal space concept in one game? If you like that feeling those pictures give you, this is the one to play. Honestly, it'd be better without the dialogue. But I can't access options, menu options to options menu to turn anything on or off. This isn't even a ride. This is just a rich people sewer. I can see that. I am, I guess, partially the target audience for this shit. Because I do have a weird feeling, mostly to do with malls and airports. You don't see a lot of airports in liminal space games, though. Except for In-Terminal. That's why In-Terminal hit me so hard. It's like a game made specifically for me. Dur, dur, dur. I wouldn't really call it spooky. Most of this is unfathomable luxury to me. Like, I would be able to stay here for many years if there was food and water, or if I didn't get hungry, and I wouldn't be at all perturbed. It would just simply be relaxing. It does feel weirdly dreamlike. Speaking of which, I've had some I don't want to say epiphanies, some brain farts lately about how the similarities between the weirdness in AI generated images and the distortions that appear in dreams are suggestive that image generation AI is getting really close to how our visual cortex works. And there's a paper to that effect that behaviors similar to the weighted variables of AI in terms of language processing has been observed in fMRI imaging of a human brain. That's not to say that we've replicated human language processing in all of its majestic complexity, but that we're on the right track, I think. You're not wrong, Stridergive. That's really insightful. Large spaces at low cost. It's kind of like how in Home Alone, I suppose we're not supposed to fixate on the fact that Kevin's this rich asshole. Oh, in a lot of scary movies, they have like a really big, expensive house, and it's like, are we never gonna see a scary movie about a poor family? Like, if it was representative of most people these days, it'd be like set in a van or something. This is really cool. This looks like a German aquatic center. Or just a European. A lot of European towns, based on the image searches I've done, have kick-ass aquatic centers just because it's cold and shitty all year round. And it's a really big quality of life improvement to have a warm indoor space where they can swim and do stuff that's not covered in snow and shitty. Whereas you don't see them as much in warm environments where there's already outdoor swimming to be had. Which makes sense. It's like living on the moon, where if you just have like a little pocket of nature, or imitation nature. It feels fake as shit though, and there's some discomfort to that. It is a little bit weird. Can I go through here? I can. Oh, actually Resident Evil 7 is set in the mansion of a family that owns all, like, the salt mines, I believe. The Baker family is not poor. They're quite wealthy for the area they live in. It's just not well kept. You're just proving my point even more. Cabin in the Woods is like SCP Foundation, so the cabin is a subterfuge for the facility. Have you not played it? If you have not played Resident Evil 7, what are you doing watching my shitty stream? Go play it. It's probably the best horror game I've ever played. I didn't expect... I don't know what I expected going into it. The last RE game I played that I thought was good was RE4, and after 5 and 6 I had really low hopes for the series. When RE7 dropped, my fucking jaw dropped. I couldn't believe what I was playing. It's so focused and pure. It knows exactly what it wants to be. If I draw in here, no one will notice. I like that I've aroused some class consciousness about horror. That in fact, very commonly in fiction, there's... Oh, no. Like that. Just an incidental background detail is that the main characters are uncommonly affluent, and you're just meant not to notice it, or not, it's never really commented on. Maybe it's because it's only a tragedy when that shit happens to rich people. I don't know. This reminds me of that Strange Town game where BB the bunny is in that pool world with the slimy drowned slime girl, whatever her name is. Someone mentioned that to me. I think it was Short Talk mentioned that to me. It was an early example of the pool rooms trope. It's funny. The Garment District, the creator of that series, is like a rock star to me, but nobody else knows who they are. This must be what it's like to be a hipster. Like Dr. Morrow, creator of Olympia Nights and Organism, is a rock star in my world. But if I mention Dr. Morrow to just normie on the street, they would be like, "Who the fuck are you talking about?" That's how detached from reality and my fellow man I've become, I suppose. Or, from a more generous standpoint, I have just become more particular about what I enjoy. And as you age, you get a better sense of what you like, and you can narrow down your media consumption to only things that are worth your time. Yeah, that never sit right with me, or sat right with me. Sorry. The basically they wanted to make a white Southern family the horror, like the monster of that game, but they didn't want the criticism, so they made them wholesome and jovial before the mold. I guess because they were still feeling the sting of basically making Africans in the zombies in Resident Evil 6. And they learned you can't just do that in our politicized world. You have to be conscious of the imagery. And I like to say that an intact traditional Southern family is so alien to everyone in urban parts of the country now that they may as well be aliens or monsters, which is what the game makes them into. It's just haha. Southern hillbillies are spooky, right? Am I right, my fellow gamers? Okay, survival mindset. Could we survive here? I haven't seen food. I have seen water. We can safely presume this is fresh water, not salt water, but it is chlorinated. So it might make us sick if we drink too much. Keep an eye out. Let me know if you see food. That's like a drinking game I like to play with these horror titles. To just figure out if I could survive in this world and not completely hate it. Some of this is different. I don't recognize all of this. The mold as an enemy type, though, was fucking inspired. Like, the synergy between the grotesqueness of the creatures and the actual real-life issue of black mold in old houses where hoarders have not kept up the hygiene. The idea that it would grow into its own, like, life form. Mwah! Pacha kiss. Chef's kiss. Where are we now? Office Park, maybe? No, still pools. This is why I need to be a game developer. I was writing about liminal space back in like 2012, and it just took so long to get it into physical book form. It's not a fresh idea anymore by the time it reaches the hands of the consumer. Whereas if you're a game dev, you can just knock shit out at whatever rate you're able to personally make the game and distribute it digitally. There isn't the big infrastructural burden and Oh, there's a silhouette. One of them scuba Supermans. You know the ones. I didn't play all of that. I got tired of Wolfenstein, and I got irritated at how much space it was taking up on my SSD. I'm all SSD, so I don't have as much space as I potentially could have. I just got tired of tolerating mechanical hard drives. I don't have NVMe though, so I'm limited to 500 megabytes a second max until I build my new computer, which is it's hard to say when that's going to be, if ever. That relies on me making a great deal of money and solving all my financial problems with my writing, which is somewhat of a rosy prediction. Then again, you got to plan for the life you want, not the one you have. And I can't really have a future that's worth living in if I don't manage to make a success out of slides. Supposed to be fun. No, they're not, idiot. I don't know what slides you've been on. Can I get some testimonies to affirm my perception that fucked up shit happened at water parks when you were a kid? That was like Lord of the Flies. Water parks and also McDonald's Play Place or Discovery Zone. Anywhere parents couldn't see you and kids who didn't know each other and were never going to see each other again congregated. It was the combination of functional anonymity and the low emotional intelligence of children who are basically sociopaths in an environment where it would be very easy for injury to occur. Absolutely demented, depraved shit happened. That's what happens when you employ slave labor. That's like that one guy who sabotaged the Death Star design, which was a really brilliant way to retcon why it was so easily destroyed. And what always does fascists in, at least in fiction, is that nobody fucking likes them. And everyone they force to work for them is always trying to undermine them. There's a message on there. Keep moving. Someone in here with me? I can't believe I'm fucking old enough to remember when Unity debuted, and its whole big thing is it could run in a browser. They had a very different idea about what Unity was intended for at that time, which is basically fucking browser games. The market went in a very different direction. Pardon me? We follow the exit signs, right? I believe. Every entrance and exit says exit. Who flushing? What happened? Did I die? Did something fucking get me? Can't use it again. Uh-huh. Hang on. I hear footsteps. What the fuck was that? I hear footsteps. Is that me? Is there another me in here? Something behind me keeps opening these same lockers. Oh fuck, there's a Spooperman. There is for sure a spooper of some description. I want to say it's just a time delayed version of myself. Oh fuck, there he is. I don't know how to terminate this Kokiri's forest. Here we go. Well, that was an ordeal. There's always a Spooperman. It's like Bioshock says. There's always a man, there's always a city, there's always a lighthouse. There's always a Spooperman. Never trust a fucking empty environment. Something's very wrong. Yeah, I think this whole game is just this guy is on acid in like a Ramada Inn. Like a Hilton, I guess. What was in that locker room? It wasn't there last time I played. Neither was this slapping music, by the way. Some good hints, too. It took me forever to fucking figure out I could do this last time. You know what malls make me think about? The fact that there will come a point in human history when a majority of humans live in space, in environments like that, because that is basically what market forces have determined humans consider to be comfortable substrate. Is whatever you would call the architectural style common to airports, malls, and cruise ships. That's what humans like their indoor living space to be like. And eventually, if we live in that environment long enough without tampering with our own DNA or our cybernetics, we'll evolve to better suit that setting. We'll become a new branch of humanity adapted for life in man-made environments, which puts us in relatively exclusive company as one of only a few species that lives primarily in an environment shaped by itself, like beavers or termites or bees. Because bees don't merely burrow into the ground as ants do. They construct nests. They live in a constructed environment. You ever had nightmares about what it must be like inside of a beehive? Just dark and smelly and constant buzzing. I can kind of see that. Although most of their... They're still on the way, chapter 1. Has this really not updated yet? Hang on. What's going on here? Hang on, what's going on here? There's supposed to be more of this.
All right, chat. Here's a game called I don't.
Chapter 1 on Steam. Oh, it's on Steam. I guess maybe the issue is that the itch.io version hasn't updated yet. I'm looking. It says release date March 3rd, 2023. So there's definitely a version that came out recently. It's just that the Steam version it has been updated and the itch.io version is not, disappointingly. So I guess I'm just shit out of luck for now. Unless I haven't purchased it, unless that's the demo. That might be the demo. I don't think it is. Ah, my... cat! Stop! Stepping on my testicles. I really wish you wouldn't do that. I don't know what to do. I didn't plan for that to happen. I don't mean the cat stepping on my balls. I mean not having the rest of the game ready to play. Oh, I was going to play Music Machine anyway, wasn't I? Here we go. This will prevent there from being too much dead air, so to speak. I don't know if... Alright, this is the start of the game as I recall. I remember being stylish like this. In this sort of Sin City way of limited color use. And the story of the game where a teenage girl who is hopelessly in love with David Szymanski's self-insert character, which, you know, is a little weird, but I mean, that's fucking every popular creator now after Justin Roiland. So we're going to have to get used to separating the art from the artist, I guess. That's apparently the pipeline, especially for Minecraft YouTubers. I'm glad I didn't go down that route, and I'm glad I never became a professional Smash player. Smash players, Minecraft YouTubers, Discord admins. I seem to have dodged most of those vectors. Okay, good. I have an inventory. I can't run unless I can. Okay, I can run. If I hold down the thumbstick, I can run. Do I have arms? I don't see my arms. Or my feet. I'm just gonna assume I have nubs. That's what they'll call me, Nubs McGillicuddy. People always are underestimating Nubs McGillicuddy because he's just got nubs. But then they get their ass kicked, and it's like, you don't want these nubs. You're gonna catch these nubs if you don't watch yourself. Stuck to the dress with rust. So I'm sitting here a long time. This cheap crap. Suppressive tools really matter from Haley. Quentin is like the demon in her, or the voice in her head. Of course it matters. I want to say this used to be a church camp because it's a limited number of beds, and there is a chapel elsewhere on the island. If this seems pretentious to start with, just stick with it. There's actually an intriguingly diverse set of explorable worlds contained herein. It is not a waste of time. David Szymanski usually has the goods. People only seem to know him because of Iron Lung, but he's been knocking out some bangers for a while. Ever since he had my attention ever since Pony Factory, or whatever that's called. Covered in dust, sneezes, black dust. I don't see any keys. Looks like squatters have been camped out here, judging by the bedrolls. And nothing. This is a good life lesson to prepare you for disappointment. Wow, whoa, wee! What 7 simultaneous viewers? Now I'm really moving on up, aren't I? I'm in the big leagues now, baby. Not quite 2 digits. That's my fault, though. If you ever start streaming, take my advice. Do not ever take like a sabbatical, even for like a week, because if you do, your viewership will drop off substantially. A lot of people who joined you recently and were on the fence about becoming regular viewers are not yet hooked into becoming regular viewers, and will stop trusting that your show will be on at the appointed hour if you're not fucking strict. If you're not like Mussolini with trains, streaming every time you're supposed to at the exact time you're supposed to. It's that reliability. It's almost like television. Just concrete outline. I think it's part of the wall. There's another entrance? I would assume so. I believe I need a key for this, though. Can I get wood? Giggity? Yes, I can. I just lost it. It's just gone. And my controller has lost connectivity for 5, 4. There we go. Nope. It's doing it again. Here we go. Now I have connectivity again. Would you guys care to see me stream VR chat explorations? Because Snow Bunny suggested I do that. I don't know if there's enough of an appetite for that. It would probably not run terribly well. I feel weird. It's this rock with a strange symbol. You don't feel it? Feel anything? Fucking... Isn't this where I started? It is where I started. I don't remember how to get in there. I'm also a bit put out that as the owner of the itch.io version of Anemoiopolis, I don't get the new version. I guess I need to buy it again on Steam. I don't have that much money to throw around though. I'm kind of bleeding patrons, which tracks because I haven't really done as much as I should have with Hampshire in recent weeks. That's on me. Consistency, I guess, the lesson here, which I should learn myself. Consume my own medicine. Oh, let's see. Is that a generator? What is that? It's hard to tell in this art style. There we go. This is where the key is, I believe. It smells like stale air and old cigarettes. I feel like something's watching us. Of course you do. It's 'cause it's me I'm watching. I am the one who watches, Jesse. Key? I suppose that's indicative that I did something correct. Breakers. When I first played this, I assumed there was more to do in this house, and there's not. Literally, the only thing to do is get the key. There's no indication of this either, so I guess I'm glad. I talked about this earlier with Snow Bunny when I was exploring Organism on VRChat with her, about how if I'm going to be streaming all these classic games that I've streamed before, I'm glad now is the time that I'm recording the VODs. Because if I had recorded the VODs the first time, it would just be a lot of aimless wandering and not knowing where I'm going. The commentary would have been better. It would have been more original. But at least this way I don't waste the viewer's time, and I have some kind of instinctive sense of where things are. Unimportant papers. Map here looks like it might be useful. Got a key, a crowbar. Can I open the drawer? I can't. Well, it is a campground. Okay, confirmed. That's kind of a depressing setting. An abandoned campground. It's supposed to be a place of joy and summer mirth. But in between seasons, it's just this weird little derelict ghost town. A wainscot society. A miniature bottle world. With all the necessary amenities for life. Sort of in miniature. Did you go to summer camp as a kid? Was that a thing your parents had you do? I did. It taught me what felt like must have been important lessons, although I can't explain exactly how they were important or what was important about them. I just noticed things. Like I noticed that for the first week or so I just hated everything and wanted to go home. But then I got into it after that, and by the time camp came to an end, I didn't want to leave. I feel like I learned something from that, but I don't know what it is. I guess adaptability. You can acclimate to almost anything. The summer camp lesson. Also, just the ability to make friends with new groups of people and form your own proprietary mini culture if you're stuck with the same people in the same place for long enough. But when does that happen in your adult life? What does summer camp prepare you for, even? I guess the workplace, kind of. Like, arguably. How the fuck do I get out of here? How did I get into here? What'd you knock down, Cat? She knows when she's done something wrong, too. Her ears go back. And if she feels like she needs to, she runs the fuck away. I've never physically disciplined her, but maybe she's ashamed. I don't know. That can't be true. Cats would never feel shame. Can't grab the knife. Obvious, useful item I can't grab. Yeah, kind of. I still have... You know what I think it is? I think it's a sunk cost effect. I think if you go through enough trauma at summer camp, it seems meaningful, and you inject your own meaning into it so that it wasn't for nothing. Which is, I imagine, also how people get sort of indoctrinated into the cult of the U.S. military. When you suffer with comrades and you struggle together, you form bonds that can last a lifetime. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It does get fun. You get into it, or at least you convince yourself that you like it. I think I was having a good time. I don't believe that. I don't believe you for a second. Pygmies are small on purpose because they know it's funny. They're comedy maximizers. And we're at a disadvantage because they are so funny. One of them can distract us while the other spears us in the back. He says, "Look at the funny little man." I can't interact with these tools. Never mind. I don't think it's been out here very long. Oh, you can throw anything in the game. Alright. So I didn't fuck up earlier. Thought maybe I did. Do you suppose the key will also work on the church? Weird game to have God rays in. That's true. But I feel like having to search for the meaning in it indicates that it was really just wasn't really meaningful in itself, except for what we bring to it. It's mostly just a way for our parents to get rid of us for the summer and not have to deal with us. So it's just cheap childcare. It's like $1,000 for the entire summer. Or I guess the 2-week period. I guess so. I mean, more so if you like socializing with people. It is kind of a social utopia to be kind of in the way school is. It's like school but without schoolwork. And that you're... what is this? You're away from society, kind of. You're out in the woods, beautiful nature, fresh air with a bunch of kids your own age. I guess that's true. It does matter. Quality does. How much you pay matters. Maybe there's a cute girl in the girls' camp, and the two of you roll around together in the poison ivy, not realizing it's poison ivy, and then you tell everybody you're not virgins anymore, even though you don't really understand what that means, or that you're supposed to do more than just roll around. Hypothetically, like this is just something that could have happened to anyone. And you're just covered in fucking poison ivy rashes for the remainder of the trip. Stack of cans of food. And then you pledge your undying love to each other, and you promise to keep in touch after summer camp is over, but you live in fucking different states or something, or you're a kid, you don't have a car, so if someone's out of bicycle range, they may as well be in another part of the earth. Oh, that's how you get in the church. Now I remember. That sounds wholesome. Maybe it was... I think mine was a pretty good summer camp. I was just an ungrateful kid to some degree. It was just activities and trust building stuff and archery and horseback riding and boating and hiking and ghost stories around the campfire and singing camp songs. I had a good time eventually. I just don't know how much of that was Stockholm syndrome. It's useful. 010111. So the church and the organ are basically a teleporter between dimensions. What? That felt really weird. What the hell just happened? Jeez, it's hot. It smells like rotten meat. I feel floaty? Where are we? I have no idea. So much was wasted on me as a kid. I could have kept so many more friends if I understood how shit like phone numbers worked. Or like understood that social connections require active maintenance and for people to follow up on things. Also, if I wasn't a coward. Got a black sun. And a red sky. Red sky is not usually a good sign in these games. Speaking of which, eventually I'm going to have to play Into the Gloom for the VOD, if nothing else. This is the Virtual Boy dimension, truly a fate worse than hell for people who get cluster headaches easily. Did they have KP? At your camp kitchen patrol, where they offloaded some of the kitchen labor onto the campers. Like they had campers who were selected to go around with coffee cans collecting silverware, so that the adults didn't have to do it. This is the future that Gunpei Yokoi wanted. He almost inflicted his Virtual Boy vision of the metaverse onto unsuspecting people. I like that idea that we just somehow kept the red and black color scheme for VR into 2023 despite the fact that we didn't need to. That it never occurred to anyone to include more colors. Yeah, that sounds familiar. We had actually a really cool camp. It had like an Ewok village up in the trees. Didn't have zip lines. We just had like rope ladders and rope bridges and shit. We had cabins overhanging a river, which I don't know what the liability calculations on that were. It must have been built safely or they wouldn't do it. The camp dates back to like the 50s. It's an old camp, so a lot of it was probably built before those regulations would have applied. There were newer dorms for the older campers that were A-frame cabins that were actually very modern inside and very nice. The older campers actually got the better accommodations. The younger campers were just in the regular log cabins. I remember some of the older girls took me to one of the girls' A-frames, and I thought, score. I'm gonna get pampered by some older girls, and then they just wanted to dress me up as a girl. That happened a lot in my childhood. I'm surprised I didn't turn out trans. A lot of older girls in my life when I was a little boy wanted to dress me up and make me into a girl. I don't know why. I think that's just something that they like. Maybe it's empowering. The inversion of gender roles. My sister did that to me. Her friends did that to me. The girls at camp did that to me. A girl I knew from school did that to me. It must be the same reason that Fujoshis stroke their strange meat to fucking cross-dressing Cloud Strife. Or the cross-dressing Link in Breath of the Wild. Why though? Why do girls in that age range have like a chip in their brain that's programmed to say, dress your little brother up like a doll? That's a really emasculating experience. I didn't like it. I just like the attention from girls a couple grades older than I was. That part of it was very pleasant. It's funny the stuff you don't notice as a kid too. One of those girls, one of my sister's friends, had some fucked up shit going on at home. I don't want to talk about it because I don't know. I don't think I have their permission. I haven't talked to them since I was a kid. But you don't notice that. You don't notice the signs of it when you're over at their house and their parents are like yelling at each other and screaming, and then they get quiet around you because they are on their best behavior when people from outside the family are present. I should have known as a kid. That's a sign that if they only behave themselves because they noticed I'm here, then what do they do when I'm not here? They just don't want people from outside the family seeing how they normally behave around each other. I didn't get the next code. I quit too soon. I like the idea of a church as a Doctor Who style contrivance. Let's try to speedrun our way to the slaughterhouse, which is where I was supposed to go. Probably. That happened a couple times. There were a couple of friends of the family, or like houses I slumber partied at, where even like really wealthy families, there were signs of domestic abuse or just affairs or things that I only really understand that's what was going on as an adult looking back on it. I don't know for sure. It's just the innocence of your child brain overlooking stuff like that. You know what I mean? And not understanding poverty. Like when you go over to a poor friend's house and he's got ColecoVision and there's nothing in the fridge but like bologna that he's not allowed to touch. That's some fucking cursed shit. Sure, I'm hooking anything. Awful. We are covered in wrenches again. Horseradish. Don't sniff them. I'm not sure if she was telling you the truth about the nature of her interest in that anime. To maintain my sanity, I like to think that the creator made it as a shitpost. Just to create something people can make memes out of. I choose to believe that. Yeah, no, she, that was a certified freak, Zulu, is what that was. Oh no, it just looks like a mess of concrete. I like to think that Style Project and Ogrish gave me a pretty high threshold for tolerance of fucked up cursed shit, but yeah, no, pederasty still makes me throw up. I don't even think Boku no Pico is the worst example. Have you ever seen Mouse Boy comics? There was a phase in my life when me and a buddy from college would intentionally trick each other into looking at cursed, fucked up shit. And we're both already desensitized to beheading videos. But Mouse Boy Comics is basically Rule 34 of Mickey Mouse and his nephews. And what's fucked up about it is that it's completely perfectly on model. It looks like something Disney made. It wouldn't be so messed up if the art was bad, but people who are really into that kind of shit are also usually good artists. It's like furries, how so many of them are like doctors and engineers. Like something really specific goes wrong with the human brain. To where the artistic faculties are left intact, but something else goes wrong to make them demented. It's just a failure state of human neuroanatomy. Something that complicated has nearly infinite possible failure states, and stuff like pony fetishism and whatnot is just one of the possible ways that can look like. I got a crystal. I don't know where the crystal goes, though. It does. That's what I worry about. I've been seeing more and more Japanese furry shit recently. We're contaminating them. I know the Japanese animation always had some of that going on, but I mean like stuff that looks like Western furry artwork, but in an anime style. I do not know where this goes to. Does the crystal go to the portal? Japan goes hard on everything they do. That's what I admire about them, no matter what it is. There's a huge VR chat Japanese community too, and they go all out with it. They're the ones with the really elaborate sensory suits and peripherals and whatnot. Where does the crystal go? Fucking shitter. Huh, yeah. Which is surprising. These are the people who invented Dragon Maids, so you'd think they would go even more convoluted with it. I guess if I were a furry, I'd be a barnacle, just a troll. Just be this horrific creature with a real calcium shell. Yeah, I don't know where this goes. Or like, or a blobfish, I guess. Just a huge, disgusting, slimy fat suit. Or an oyster. Be an oyster furry. Nobody is ever like the gross animals. They're always like something they want to fuck. Human sexuality is so fascinating and horrifying. And drives so much of what we do. I mean, not me. I don't want to fuck underwater hamsters or underwater habitats or submarine. How would you fuck a submarine? Dare I ask? I mean, there's anthropomorphized plane girls, like jet girls. You could probably turn a submarine into one of those. Not that anyone should. What exactly are we doing? Looking around. We got the crystal. Hang on. One's in Russian, I can't use that. Okay, I don't know what to do, but I do know how to cheat. Can I burn this? I can't. There's books here. Oh, these are... What are these? I thought they were pigs for a minute. Free me from this Nintendo 64 hell. Can't even tell what I'm looking at. Can I bring it through the portal with me, I wonder? I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. In the interest of not playing this all night, I'm gonna look up some codes. To be fair, I could probably have guessed these, because it's all just binary combos. You can just randomly put in different... Ow. Ow, Quentin, the rain. What? Get inside. Hurry. Ow. It's an acid rain level. What's your problem? The rain. It's hurting me. Is it acidic? I don't know. I can't explain it. Alright then, back out we go. No! I can feel it killing me. It's Timefall, I guess, from Death Stranding. Don't go back out there. I'm trying to kill you, right? Yeah, whatever. Don't go back out there. I can't stay here forever. Try to stay inside when you can. The pain's going away now that we're not outside. Quentin, seriously, it hurts. Is it radioactive? Might be. Ow. This feels awful, Quentin. Bring me inside, let me have a break. This is what I remember most. This is one of the most memorable areas. I don't even... It's funny, it's memorable, but I can't tell you what it is. It's just... whatever the fuck this is. What you're looking at. Makes me feel very anxious. You know what else has got me feeling anxious is the fact that we're living in the economic end times. Microsoft is about to do a conference about how to integrate GPT-4 into wow, that hurt my ears. Basically how to make use of AI to get rid of workers. A lot of optimists said they're going to announce GPT-4 to the public, but I don't think that's what it's going to be. The byline was something about improving productivity. That's code for technological unemployment. We're on the verge of serious societal unrest. I don't know how everyone else is so calm about it. I'm not calm. A huge chunk of jobs are about to disappear all at once. The prevailing attitude is either this will lead us to a dystopia with extreme wealth inequality, like Vesper, if you've ever seen the movie Vesper, or basic income paradise like in Star Trek, which seems too good to hope for. There's a third possibility. The third possibility is the wealthy are not stupid, and that they carefully manage the amount of automation and how quickly it's phased in to prolong the necessity of employment and delay basic income as long as possible. Which would make it suck as much as fucking much as it possibly could for everybody. Oh, there's a note here. Nothing here can kill me. Time or hunger or damage or will. Only the rain. The new world will be heaven, they say, petting and poking me, cooing, retching. Time will stand still, they say. Our children will have children and prosper. Believe them? No, not now. Not after my capture. Not after the rain. They keep others somewhere, other places in their cages. The others are strangers. I have not met them. Their names, Mary, Jessica, and Hector. One for me, one for him, they say. How long have I been here? I don't know. Too long. Or not long. Exactly as long as I deserve. Long enough. I taught them to write, damn it, to speak, to tell stories. A creature is under my building, in my cage, growling and whispering. Woodland teeth, it says. Your friend, it says. Listen, too many mistakes. Already too many mistakes. Who am I? Now I know. Not Roger, not Jesus, not a king or a god, not a truth crafter. I'm Judas Iscariot. Well, that seems like a mentally healthy lad. He has some difficulties, but really, who doesn't? I would say we have nothing to worry about from him. It's wishful thinking, though. I tend to ascribe to the rule of boring, which means that you get an outcome that kind of is cool, but also sucks. Because look at the future we got. We got robots, kind of, which is cool, but they kind of suck a little bit. We got climate change, which sucks. We got political instability, which sucks. We got war in Ukraine, which sucks. We got VR, which is cool. We got drones, which is cool. You see, it's a mixture of chocolate ice cream and dog dew. The future's never just one way, not purely good, not purely bad. So I feel like maybe if we go by the rule of boring, we should expect enough basic income to keep people alive and stop them from rioting, but not enough to really live a comfortable or dignified life. We'll just be warehousing the poor and paying them not to riot. And you dare not protest because then they take away your ability to feed yourself. You get what they give you. Okay, this is not the way. I think I have to go back out in the rain. I think that's what makes certain sci-fi so convincing and compelling is, although I don't know if Star Wars is a good example of it, but Star Wars has a notable aesthetic because it wasn't shiny and utopian. It had features, it had advanced technology, but the shit was grungy, like it had been used. The world was lived in. You know what I mean? It was a mixture of good and bad. Isn't this where I began? I started here. I mean, I tend to think that wealthy people didn't get wealthy by being stupid, so they can foresee the same eventualities you and I can. So they would orchestrate, try to finagle things, so that they get to keep as much of their power as possible, and they don't get their wealth taken away. Which would mean like trying to balance everything on the line between universal poverty and basic income, and trying to frustrate basic income legally and prevent it from getting passed. See what I mean about this game? It doesn't suggest greatness when you start out, but really... Oh, I didn't save. I guess that's because I never got any of the shit I needed. I've been cheating my way through this whole time. You know, I don't know if this is the game I want to play tonight. I want to show you everything it has to offer, though. It appears to have started me over from the beginning, though, which is a problem. Were you into toys as a kid? Did you have a lot of toys? I liked robots. I could never get my fill of robots, and I always used to think... My parents didn't want to buy me shit, though, because they said it was plastic and that didn't decompose. They were right. I mean, frustratingly, they turned out to be right about almost everything. I couldn't give two shits about toys today, but they fucking ruled my brain as a kid. I think because a good toy is basically a physics lesson in the form of an object, because we're sort of evolutionarily programmed for play, experimental play, to learn about our environment as infants, as little wee Barbarino monkeys. So stuff like slime and ooze and mechanical toys you put together different ways teach you spatial stuff and motor skills and about the different phases of matter. I remember thinking, my dad makes so much money, he could afford to get me so many cool robots, and he doesn't. He's just stingy. But I mean, as an adult, and then I thought, when I'm grown up, I'm going to buy all the toys I could possibly, I'm going to have all the money for toys. And now I'm in my late 30s, and I don't give a shit about toys anymore. Or maybe I guess I do, but they're different. They're just not plastic robots. They used to be all plastic robots. I just wanted the coolest robot possible. That was a never-ending quest and obsession. There's always a cooler robot, though. You can never have the coolest robot. The coolest robot is the one that exists in your heart. I was easy to please, though, as a side effect. Is there a reason for that? Oh, the hatch isn't here. Now, you know what? We're not playing this tonight. This is too much of a time investment, and I fucked up by not saving my game. So we're going to find something else to do. Ow. 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 You know what we could do is Into the Gloom. I'm just not feeling the music machine. I fucking love Into the Gloom. I'll never get tired of it. I guess that's smart. That makes sense. Have any of you ever played this? Do you remember when I played this in like 2018? This was one of the big standout surprises. It really looks like it's going to be shit. It looks like a GZ Doom 3 mod. It's not shit in the least bit. It's one of those diamonds in the dung heap that surprises you and reignites your faith in gaming. It also shows graphics aren't everything. Here we go. Oh. So yeah, it looks like a DS game. There's a pretty sophisticated journey. I didn't look at this much during my first playthrough, which is much to my own detriment. That's where much of the lore appears. And you're not really getting the most out of this game if you ignore the lore. Don't ignore the lore. This is a really surprisingly lore-heavy game, and it's got very in-depth choices to make that actually do affect the ending. There are 7 different endings. Ethan P., age 17. Diagnosis: unmeasurable brain damage. I think immeasurable is the correct term. From open-head surgery accident inducing vegetative condition on the patient. the tumor causing headaches was successfully removed from his brain, but for unknown reasons the patient is not waking up. Could be due to temporal brain damage or bad dose of anesthesia. I don't think that's how doctors talk. Could take days. So we're in a coma, basically. In the worst case, it could never happen. His condition is delicate and his future is uncertain. And in the meantime, his vital functions are out of danger because they're being controlled by the machines. So that's the plot. We're this guy, Ethan P. His last name is Penis. We're in a coma and trapped in a dream world. What opened? Something opened. Oh, it opened behind me. Something opened. It's got that red sky trope I love. Looks kind of like Minecraft. Definitely a lot of programmer art here. I can't use that yet. So a funny thing happened to me recently. I sat down with a Google document. I tried to make a record of every time I did something that was hurtful to another person, either on purpose or by accident. I started wondering if maybe I'm the dickhead. Like, I strongly remember situations where other people were sadistic to me, but I did not remember... I mean, I remembered them, but not with the same strong emotion attached to them. I guess because it didn't hurt me, so it didn't leave as much of an impression, which sounds horrible, and I guess it is. I came away appalled with myself, surprised at how often, in fact, I had been the aggressor, and I just remembered it differently, or had not remembered it with the same intensity when the roles were reversed. I think that's pretty commonplace. At least I hope not. I hope I'm not the only one like that, where you remember what was done to you more than you remember what was done to others. But I thought it was a constructive exercise to just sit down and just make like a tally of what I've done wrong, according to my own evaluation. Poorly drawn picture of a town on the beach. Looks like kids drawing. Has a message written on the back. The black moon between the stars over the sea beyond the town. Some kind of piece or tile. That'll let me do the puzzle now. See, I felt a little bit sheepish after that. I've been agonizing all these years about what was done to me and completely glossing over what I did. I think that's constructive. It's a little bit mortifying and cringe, but it's good. It's healthy cringe. You should cringe at yourself sometimes. How do I put the piece in there? Aha, Z or X. Q. There we go. That's a little bit convoluted. What did the note say? Between the stars. Over the sea, beyond the town. Is this supposed to be on bottom? There we go. Access card get. It's a really weird inventory system. It didn't need to be that way. This game has left me with weird feelings over the years. I keep coming back to it in my mind, wondering if there's anything I didn't see. Just the general vibes. Nope. No, really? Okay, that's what I was supposed to do there. Okay, got it. I knew that. I was testing you. You passed. Hanging corpse. I'm tired of all this. I can't keep running and hiding. There's no way for salvation. I've tried everything except what others said. Hope they were right. Anyway, farewell, cruel world. These things will never get me alive. Yeah, part of the lore, which I'm spoiling a little bit for you here, but it's necessary to understand what's going on, is that the only way to escape purgatory is to kill yourself in purgatory, and you'll wake up in the real world. I don't know about that one, Chief. Arms can't get through the gate. Is there like a stick or something? Aha. Stick get. I mean, it's a pipe. A pipe is just a thick stick with a hole in it, if you think about it. Got it. Do I still have the pipe? I don't. Now, on the one hand, this could have been improved if this guy had like an artist on his team. On the other hand, the shitty art is kind of part of the atmosphere. I don't know if it would be the same game if it didn't look this way. It's hard to say. I'm of the mind where if they were going to improve the graphics, they should just completely remake it and make a spiritual sequel or like an inspired by game, in the same way that Yumaniki Dream Diary was not a straight remaster of Yumaniki for RPG Maker. It was conceptual. It was like inspired by it. Missing parts on the wall. This has quite a few good puzzles too. Nope, I can't do that. Actually, maybe that is the right way. No, it has to be in the middle of the right column, doesn't it? There we go. It basically rearranges the maze around you. I don't know what I did wrong. Let me look at the map again. Yeah, but it's supposed to be right here. Middle of the right side. It's supposed to be right here. Am I not where I think I am? Am I up here, not down here? I might be up here. What am I doing wrong? Aha, there we go. Your right turn. This should get us where we need to go. Yeah, here we go. Rusty valve. Hello, Survivor. Sorry for doing this. I had to hide the valve in the maze before leaving. I hope you understood the clue I left for you on the wall and didn't have to take a guess about this. On the other hand, lucky you. Hope this helps you on your journey to achieve whatever goal you have in this place. Be careful with the shadow and good luck. The shadow being a classical sleep paralysis shadow demon who will come to clap your cheeks. You're double cheeked up in this game. You're frankly asking for it and irresistible. Spoopertons can't stand or can't resist double cheeked up. Here we go. Cat boys. What if you were a cat boy? What if there's a spooper game that forces you to be a cat boy at like a convention with a bunch of sweaty, like, furry dudes in their 50s? That wasn't as bad as I remember. Now this I remember being a bitch. Or I'm not there yet, never mind. There's a generator puzzle later on. It's just unbelievably brutally difficult. What do you think so far? Do you see what I see in this game? That was too rusty. I have to wipe it down. I don't know for how long I'll be able to put up with this. I'm too terrified of that thing. But this is very strange. Since I lit all these candles, I feel like he's no longer been chasing me. Maybe it's a coincidence, but the thing I don't understand is, what is he doing right now? He's always making that noise. I know he knows I'm here, but why doesn't he come and get me? I don't want to figure it out, to be honest. I'm just trying to find the right time to escape again. Marcus. So you're not the first to go through this realm. Other people have been here before you. He's watching us. He's lurking. He's hunting. Run. Run. I kill you. That's a pretty clear value proposition. I don't need to be told twice. I'm a fast learner. Needs an access card. Okay. Getting Half-Life vibes, kind of. Anywhere there's a big fan, basically. I briefly had 8 viewers earlier. Hot damn. May as well go pick out my Tesla now. Be careful, careful. There, see? I don't know if it probably was off screen for you. You push Z and X to cycle through inventory items, and you can use C to combine them together. So this has a fully featured Sierra/LucasArts style inventory puzzle system in addition to everything else. There's actually a lot going on in this game, which is probably apparent by now. This is why I was so impressed with it. Wonder who that was. Yeah, I get the same vibe. That game lives rent-free in my head and will until I'm 90. It's displacing actual human memories of friendships. I'm going to be 90 years old on my deathbed, and I'll try to remember what my family was like. And I won't be able to picture their faces, but I'll remember exactly the solution to puzzles from the original Half-Life. Oh, you coming? That's the sound. That's the sound he make. I'm not going to look back. He about to penetrate these cheeks. No, 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 no. Don't you fucking clap my cheeks. They're self-clapping. Here, see? Red flagged key. I wonder what for. I feel like it would be on the top level. No, I'm wrong. Nonsense! I actually streamed that. I never finished it. I couldn't figure out what the fuck to do. It was really good though. It had a really cool vibe, and I really always felt ashamed for not finishing it. I don't feel ashamed for not beating Music Machine because I've beaten it before, and maybe I will go back to it. I don't know. It had that cool vibe of being a human, like a tiny human trapped like a mouse in a maze in an environment not built for humans or by human minds. Everything's bigger than you. It's kind of like the structure from Blame. Guess I went the wrong way. Yeah, exactly. Like you don't belong there. Like you're a pest, like vermin, in the house of a giant. I got to the part with the glowing orb puzzle, where you follow glowing orbs around as light sources. It's jammed. It's got to be further down then. Is the Spooperman waiting for me? You best not be. Listen, Spooperman, if you know what's good for you. Because these cheeks clap back. If you know what I mean. I will, actually. Now that I'm basically revisiting all the games I did beat, or some of them I didn't. I'm basically revisiting my library of memorable games. Just to record VODs. Maybe you can walk me through it if you're there for that stream. I just found it frustrating. I borrowed a lot of the imagery from this game for Terminal Sunset, which I still need to finish. I've got two main stories I'm working on now, Terminal Sunset and Shroom. By the gods, who's doing this? Is he holding something? Clock's not moving. I guess that it shouldn't surprise me. It's still in my Steam library. Nothing really prevents me from going back to it. And I feel a weird shame for not beating games like that, because it's clear that a lot of love and effort went into them. And I quit things too early because of ADHD. And that's been a problem throughout my life, and I want to overcome it, and streaming helps me do that. Streaming keeps me honest. It forces me to finish what I start. Usually. Well, don't spoil it for me. I'll definitely go back to Nisance now that I'm... You know what's funny is I get to things, but I get to them too late. Too little, too late. It's like those nightmares you have about finding out you missed one credit, and so you never actually got your degree, and you have to go back to high school as an adult. That's how I feel about a lot of things, just as an autist who matured too slowly. And I feel that way about games sometimes. But missing something in the distant past that I remember. I wake up at like 3 in the morning in a sweat. Like, isn't there something you forgot to do? There's no jumping. No jumping allowed. Aha, here we go. Oh no, this is the same place. Oh, here we go. That's what I... Oh, fuck. You motherfucker! You think you're original jump scaring me? That's the oldest spooper trick in the book. I don't want to leave anything unfinished. I've sort of... It's like related to FOMO. If you're missing out, I don't want to be on my deathbed and regret that there was things I didn't do. I'm not as concerned about real life activities in that respect because like I said with Snow Bunny in VR chat, if you compare the variety of experiences you can have in games versus real life, there's no contest. The quality, the visceralness and realness of the experiences is superior in real life. But the variety is much lower. The cost effectiveness is not the same. Like for the price of a modern gaming computer and a Valve Index, you could go to Hawaii for like a weekend. And that might be a memorable trip, but it's over in 2 days. Whereas for the same price, you can have nearly infinite varieties of virtual experiences, which sounds like the saddest shit in the world. We always wonder when we read dystopian sci-fi how it came to that, how people could possibly prefer VR to the real world. And then suddenly you're living in it, and it's like that viral Reddit photograph of the homeless man with the Oculus Quest 2 on his face. Once you get there, you understand. It makes sense why people would retreat into electronic fantasy. Don't you try to spook me. Don't you fucking try to spook me. What'd I tell you? I've been at this a while. Everybody just suicided. Which I guess you would realistically if you were stuck in a hell world long enough, if it's possible to die there. Like the back rooms, kind of. That's a formula for endless comedy. Either the Cyberpunk logo or the Brazzers logo. You can put the Brazzers logo on almost anything and make it funny. It just changes the whole context of the image. And here's the thing. There's one of the alt endings available right now. But it's a bad ending. If you end the game here, you don't get the good ending. You get the ending where you reincarnate as a iguana. Kind of. Same here. I mean, the really unbelievable thing about the Matrix is that the machines would have to force people into it. Realistically, they'd be lining up around the block to get in. At least if it was a utopia. If it was like a pleasure matrix. If you made something like the Matrix and charged people money to enter it, they would pay out the ass to get in. With the way things are going, are you kidding? What does that stand for? EARR. I don't... Okay, here we go. Oh shit, we're being chased. I'm gonna fuck your ass. Ooh. Sodomy ghost is on the way. Save yourself. I don't know if that's how to do that. It's a little gimmicky, but it's effective. The game does have chase sequences. Trying to get through there. Oh, fuck you. And jump scares. I can't stay mad at it, though. This game is just so goddamn charming. Now, I remember there being a, that. I have to unlock that to get those clippers. I don't remember how you open that, though. The key is somewhere. Yeah, we need the clippers for these wires. This is kind of a nerve-wracking game, though, because there are a couple of decisions that it's really easy to make ignorantly early in the game that lock you into getting a specific ending. So if your goal is to see all the endings, you basically have to read the guide and know what to do in advance. It's one of those games. No? Really? Oh, it's over here. Here we go. You mean to tell me I can't pick this up, you fucking son of a bitch? That'd be awesome. Mixer Executioner, there's a snitch among us. Someone must have talked about the procedure failure. Now authorities will begin with the investigation. Since the failure of the injection was your fault, it's now your duty to clear the evidence. We can't take the body out of this place. Too risky. I don't want to get involved in this too much. Burn the note as fast as you can. Dismember Harrison's body. I don't know, feed it to the dogs or something. And clean everything really well. Our freedom depends on that. I hope we can do things properly this time. A lot of shit going on in this world. I'm not sure if it's real or not, or if it's just part of the dream. And this is the hallucinatory dream world. Oh, there's all the nooses. Why can't I die? Why I can't die? I get this strong sense that English was not the first language of the gentleman who made this, and it suffers somewhat for it. It seems like if I was going to all the trouble to develop a game and make all the words in English, I would reach out to somebody I knew maybe who spoke English natively to proofread. I remember this. This is a fucking nightmare. Really good puzzles. Really devious puzzles, but good puzzles. Probably grow from the inside out. How rarely that happens, really? I see it all the time. I'm surprised how commonly it happens. It doesn't seem like it should. Um... I think I got it. I think that'll do it. Oh, not quite. Fuck. God damn it. There we go. I think that'll do it. No, this doesn't work the way I thought it did. Never mind. Let's see. Well, that doesn't hook up to anything. I see now. Maybe this. No. No. Uh... Hang on. Be this one. And You can easily spend a couple hours on these fucking puzzles. Which is a testament to the good design, I think. Frustrating, but it's supposed to be. Surely. That doesn't look right. Maybe it is, though. Is that right? It fucking worked. I'm kind of in disbelief. That releases all the prison, or not, opens all the cell doors, is what that does. That's how prisons operate. They have a big red button at the middle of a ring puzzle, like Resident fucking Evil, where if you push it, it lets everybody out of the prison at once. Why would they have separate buttons for individual cells? That would waste money. That's overly complicated. They got one big button that does the job of hundreds. I don't like that. I don't know what's in there. I don't want to find out. I don't remember. I don't actually remember where the tool was. Let me look on the bottom level. Here it is. Found the pliers. Yeah, rarely is there anything good in a big patch of shadow that shouldn't be there. Never once in my career as a spooper gamer has that turned out to be a positive thing. Rape, basically, is always what awaits you within that shadow volume. Now, if you want to get your butt cheeks spread apart and receive a new lane to your Hershey Highway, have at it. Don't let me stop you. Don't let me dim your shine, okay? Whatever sparks joy is fine. This is an important puzzle. There's a serial killer somewhere in this complex. I forget where. You don't want to do this yet. If you throw that guy right there, see him? I don't know if you can see him really well. He's trying to get out. If you let him out of the gate at this point in the game, there will be consequences later. It basically prevents you from getting one of the good endings. There he is. It completely blocks off the good ending from you. You don't want that. Don't open this gate unless you know what you're doing. That guy in the prison is dangerous. He must not escape. He's not evil, but unpredictable and may cause a lot of troubles in the future. To prove you're a thinking person, not a misshapen creature, you must solve the puzzle which is locking the door downstairs. I'll not tell abstract metaphors like the other people around here. Just play the tune in reverse order on the door panel. Unfortunately, the freaks around here can't hear sounds properly. So, just what I just told you. If you didn't read that note, and you ran straight to that red switch and opened the gate, that guy would get out, and you would be fucked in the future. He would come back to haunt you, and you would be blocked off from, I think, the best ending. So... Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. na 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 na. Da na 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 na. Na 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 na. There we go. The fan's on. What does that mean? Can I open it now? I'm not supposed to, am I? Oh, there's a way to get out without letting him out. Okay, I see. It's a little bit more difficult if you have the patience, but you can escape the prison without letting the killer out. Red Sky, Kino vibe. It's so serene, though, isn't it? It's deceptively soothing. I could fucking fall asleep here and wake up getting my cheeks spread open. Not necessarily for sodomy. We shouldn't assume the worst just because he's black, as shadow men tend to be. Maybe he's just putting marbles in there for safekeeping. It could be wholesome. No. Gotta be careful. I remember a spot in the game that fakes you out. Never fall asleep in I see VR sleepers in VR chat all the time, so there must be something to it. It seems horribly uncomfortable, though. What's the magic to it? Why do people do that? I've never understood. Maybe I just need to try it. I'll probably need to build a new computer if I want to do VR going forward, but because I need a new motherboard, and I made the stupid decision of buying a computer that's really hard to upgrade the motherboard in. I was thinking just upgrading my media center PC and using that for VR from now on. That could be my dedicated VR computer. And my desktop computer would just be for media content creation. Having a dedicated VR machine sounds smart anyway. Ah, fuck you. Fucking jump scare. I imagine the attraction is not falling asleep in VR, it's waking up. Waking up and still being in VR. But at the same time, I also don't want to fry the lens, the displays. I don't want burn-in. Supposedly, it's really hard to do burn-in on LCD panels, but I've already got the gray square problem. Do you know what that is? Do you have Netis? Do you have an Index or do you have a Quest 2 or some other headset? I can't get through here, obviously. Trash? I remember there being useful things in the trash once in this entire game. So there's food and drink, hypothetically, in this world. Same here, except that on gray backgrounds I can see it. I don't know what causes it. Nobody can agree. Some people on the subreddit say that it's burn-in, but it shouldn't be possible to burn in an LCD. I've never taken it outside, so it can't be sunshine. I don't have a window really uncovered in this room. So it can't be natural sunlight, and it seems wrong that artificial indoor light could fuck up the displays through the lenses like that. Some people say it's microdust, and if you shake it around over time, it'll solve the issue. That doesn't sound right to me either, because a lot of people report developing the issue after leaving their headset in storage, where dust can't get to it, and neither can even artificial indoor lights. So that means indoor light, burn-in, and dust are both essentially off the table as explanations, which seems to leave only the option that it's an inherent design fault, something specific to how the panels work or something. I don't know. Hey Netis, by the way, we're looking for more people to join our VR crew. I got Snow Bunny, me, Zulu, Short Talk. If you wanted to be adventurer number 5, we get up to some pretty entertaining shenanigans in VR chat. I just need you to add me on Discord, or get at me. Give me your Discord handle in chat or something. Ideally, I'd eventually like a VR cult of just maniacs memeing and shit posting. And it's just more fun to enjoy with friends. And I'm a pretty isolated person. I may as well fucking live in a lighthouse. Where is the goddamn fire extinguisher? Have I passed it? I just need your Discord handle so we can organize, and then later add each other in VR chat. BRB, one sec. Might be. Hail Hydra, do you have VR of any sort? If you don't, then there's some really good deals right now on stuff like the Rift S2, which is not, it doesn't have OLED, which some of the, like the Samsung, Short Talks has a Samsung with OLED, which is nice to have. But it does have buttons on the controller, which are also nice to have. And Short Talk doesn't have those, so you can't jump in VR. If you are in VR and you want to join us, I would welcome it. If you are not in VR, you can always just use the desktop version of VR Chat, and you can still get a lot of enjoyment out of it. Sandra doesn't have VR. Sandra and I used to do VR all the time before we broke up. And now I'm sad again. Watch the rest of the stream just be me trying to find the fucking fire extinguisher. That's the way to the thing. Okay, I can't really explain that except to say that I'm getting old and I have Swiss cheese brain. That all the better. Thank goodness we all have VR. Snow Bunny has a Quest 2 also. Nettist, here's my take on gloves. I've been doing VR since the Forte VFX1. You don't want gloves. You think you want gloves, but you don't. You know why? Gloves absorb sweat. And then you can't really easily wash them because they have electronics built in. And if you think about controlling stuff like locomotion, how do you do that with gloves? And what do you even get as an advantage from gloves that you don't get from finger tracking on index controllers? For my money, Index has the right solution. It has individual finger tracking, which gives you everything you would get from gloves, except for haptics. And it has thumbsticks and buttons, too. Yeah, WMR is a mixed bag. It was pretty early in the game, so it has a lot of really nice stuff you don't get anymore on headsets like OLED. Although the PSVR 2 is OLED, PSVR 2 is actually a really good headset. It combines two things that VR snobs really like, which is pancake lenses and OLED. You want pancake lenses, even though the sweet spot is smaller, and even though it makes the headset heavier for clarity and lack of God rays. Fresnel lenses have God rays, pancake lenses do not. You want OLED for the blacks. The only downside is that there's a really strong Mira effect on PSVR 2 reportedly, which makes it look like there's constantly a sort of a film grain that doesn't move on top of everything. Which the DK2 also had really strong Mira, so if you use the DK2, you know what to expect. How would you design VR gloves so don't get nasty? Let's hear your solution. I can't fucking figure it out. Unless you can, like, remove the mechanism entirely from the glove so you can wash it. At which point, why have the glove? Why not have, like, hooks that hook onto your fingers or something? I've thought a lot about gloves. I've used data gloves. I'm just fucking glad I didn't get swindled into buying a Pimax. That was really dicey for a while. There are a lot of paid-off reviewers who were receiving money from Pimax and not disclosing it. There's this one on Twitter that everybody loves to dump on because he sold everybody a false bill of goods. He just left out that it fucking hurts the shit out of your eyes. It makes you go cross-eyed because of how they do their optics. You don't want a Pimax either, reportedly. The newer headsets are much better than the older ones, but the older ones, like the original 5K, had distortion up the ass. And apologists say, well, it's only at the periphery, where you would just have blackness if it was an Index. But the Index already has a serviceably large field of view and no distortion. I think the Index is the best compromise, and I'd rather rather than having to fuck around with settings, there it is. I'm stupid. On every individual game to make it work with Pimax, even though I'm an incurable early adopter, I don't want that hassle. I don't want to do that. I would much rather have a product from Valve that everybody, all the developers know to is designed for, and we'll assume that that's the one that you have. You know what I mean? If we just wait like another year, Deckard will come out, and then we'll have a Pimax-like experience on a headset that's not Sinojank. That was my vapor cum. I vape so much that my cum is now vapor. Remember vaping? That seems so recent. Shit like vaping and fidget spinners seem like yesterday. Where does the time go? Deep into the many groovy, rivulated folds of my ass cheeks, probably. That's where I tend to lose things. I don't even know if rivulated is a word, but it is now. I have decreed it. Oh, it's a morgue. Are we almost out? Here we go. I also had a P5 Netis. Do you remember P5? That's kind of what you want. It didn't have haptics, but it had it's like a data glove for PC when VR didn't exist, really. It had support for a lot of big name titles at the time, like it had support for black and white. That was mainly what I played with it. It emulated the mouse and it had... Oh. I wonder what their story is. Somebody has a boat. It doesn't seem so bad to be in hell if you have your own yacht. I hate that. That's so gimmicky. I don't mean to dump on something if you like it, but Walk-A-Motion, or whatever that's called. I got so mad at it, I fucking destroyed it eventually. We're making good time. We're gonna see a decent portion of this game tonight. I feel bad for skipping out on Music Machine, though. That's a worthy game. It's not one I'm feeling right now. Not going back. Okay, there we go. So, Spooberman, the Shadow Demon, is about to show up and wants to have a sex party in our ass. And there's only 2 people invited. There he is, there he is. There's not room for 2 in there. It doesn't stretch that much. It's not a fucking kangaroo pouch. Leave my poor, tender, puckered chocolate starfish alone. It's been through enough. Well, somebody must, otherwise I wouldn't keep offering that as an option. It's just not for me. I'm fine with thumbsticks. If I can't actually move my legs and walk like on a catwalk, VR, you know those like dishes you walk on? It's like that, or it's that or nothing for me. If I can't walk naturally, I don't want to simulate it. I'd rather just sit down in a comfy chair and swivel around. You know what Spooberman finds natural? Sodomy. He's always after me Lucky Charms, and by Lucky Charms I mean ass virginity. Who are we kidding? This is a clue for a later puzzle, which I didn't notice the first time. That's why I'm only recording VODs the second time I play these games. It saves me from wasting huge amounts of time, my time and yours, wandering around not knowing what to do. Although I still wind up doing that somewhat. I can't blame that on anyone else. That's just my square brain being square. Here's my feeling about the catwalk is I don't think it's ideal. But I can't imagine a better solution unless you had like an $80,000 Omni treadmill in your home, or unless you owned your own warehouse so you could do one-to-one motion VR, like some of those VR arcades. Matches. There's not a lot of good solutions for VR walking. We're still in the early days. We're still in like the Atari days of VR currently. Actually, I wouldn't say that anymore. I would say like Rift or phone VR was the Atari days. I would say that now we're in like the NES days with decent quality standalone VR like the Quest 2 that gives it mass market appeal. But we're still primitive. We're not yet to where we can just plug our brain into something and have full sensory simulation. I'm not optimistic about seeing that in my lifetime. That would make aging much less crappy, because you wouldn't be able to feel that your body was aging. You would still be able-bodied until you died. It's just your mind would slowly go, and you wouldn't know why. I don't know if that's better or worse. That's probably some Black Mirror shit, though. Either way. Nice red sky. Look at how Kino this is. This is some Castlevania shit. This looks like if a Resident Evil game was made on Sega 32X. What's the product in 20 Cyberpunk? I say so much messed up shit so quickly that that doesn't narrow it down. Slaughterhouse. Have I been there? I think I've been there. But I didn't get the remote, did I? Ah, here we go. TV remote. Wish people watching the VOD could see the chat. I need to repeat what chat says for context, because I just reply back to chat frequently, and if you can't see what I'm replying to, I sound like a crazy person. Excuse me, Netis, they're not called Robococks. For your information, they're called super rocket-powered telescopic super penis with laser scope for long-distance tactical romance. They can give you a prostate orgasm from 300 yards. I forget what the code is. We need to find the code. I'm going to play overtime tonight just to beat this area, because I don't want to leave you guys hanging. Aw. Honestly, with the way things are going, shit that we consider dystopian now would be nice that will eventually be the best possible option. And maybe we won't even get that. We shouldn't swear off stuff like that before we see how bad things are gonna get. If we're all living inside of like domes because we fucked up the atmosphere and eating paste, it might be better to be in VR. I don't see any code. It's back here. It's not. I should have planned this. I should have, if I was going to play Into the Gloom, I should have dedicated an entire stream to it so I could do it start to finish. Now it's going to be spread out across 2 streams. That's a good recommendation of it, though. There's a lot to it. There's a lot going on in this game. Let's see. 9:25 is the time. Here we go. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. I like robot legs, but it would just make me fat. The only exercise I get is walking around and the weightlifting. Weightlifting doesn't really shed pounds, it just builds muscle. Yeah, there's got to be a well somewhere. I remember now. There's a well someplace. I use the rope on the well to get the doll. I have to go around the house to get there. Here's the shitter. It's for... Okay, wait a minute. I have a small key. Oh, this key goes to locker. Locker gets the hook. Hook combines with rope. Okay, I get it. I get it now. I'm smart. I can do this. And the game doesn't auto save except between chapters, so we're gonna lose all our progress if I don't push forward. And give you a little bit of added value tonight. Although I recommend playing this yourself, it's an experience. Which is also why I'm not gonna stream VR chat, because there are some maps that I don't want to ruin for you. I want you to experience them properly. Ideally as part of a group, a tour group with me, yours truly, Hamdad. That's not just a promise, it's a Hamdad guarantee. In here? Here we go. Got the key, got the hook. I'm gonna combine the hook with the rope. Got the hook and the rope. Really well done puzzles. That's what makes the difference between this game being just kind of pretty good and excellent. It puts it over the top. It's almost like a 3D LucasArts point and click. Oh, me too. Holy shit! I thought. Actually, I'm more cringe than that. I used to sit in VR at an outdoor noodle cart in Technolust for Oculus, and I used to eat real ramen. So I could sit at a noodle cart and with virtual ramen in front of me, but actually taste ramen and eat it. And it used to fog up my lenses. I found some kind of mannequin, and he spelled it wrong. That's a pet peeve. Nobody in the world spells mannequin correctly. I don't know what's so difficult about that. Everybody laughs when I tell them that. But you know what? Don't kill the cringe within you. Kill the part of you that cringes. It was a cool experience having food to go along with a VR thing and have my taste buds confirm the evidence of my eyes and have the two agree on what I was eating. I thought that was pretty cool. I'm not ashamed. I'm a little ashamed, but not that ashamed. There you go, buddy. Burn you. Oh shit, what the fuck? Okay, now's the time to quit. Surprisingly, there's a lot more to the game than that. We're, I think, less than 50% of the way through. We saw a good chunk of it, though. Hopefully enough to sell anybody who's on the fence on picking that game up. I don't think it's very much. It's currently... What does it cost? Store page. It's $3, alright? It's $3 on Steam. What you have seen so far should be enough to persuade you. It's one of the really memorable horror games of the past 10 years for me. I've said that about Resident Evil 7, but horror's funny like that. It's not like a linear scale. Different games that can excel in different areas. And this one, despite being very visually simple, really excels in atmosphere and puzzles. My thing is clouds. That is, some worlds have really complicated, well done procedural clouds, and birds, and I like to lay down in virtual grass, and look up at the clouds and birds, and it feels immersive to lay on my bed like that, because when I look to the left and right, I see grass close up to my face, like I would if I was lying on a lawn or something. At times like that, VR really feels worth the price of admission. If you need to justify it to yourself. There are points where I felt buyer's remorse, and then there's points where I saw sights and I felt things in VR, which I could not have seen or felt any other way. Like my favorite example to give, besides Organism the other night, was the time that I was riding a birdcage elevator up the inside of a hollow stained glass skyscraper. Like a skyscraper, but all four walls were made out of stained glass. So you had colored light streaking in from outside, and you were riding this bird cage on a chain elevator. I could look, so you could see down through the floor. And I could see all the way back down to the bottom, and it really looked that far away. And I looked up, and I could see all the way to the top, and it really looked that high. And in that moment, I was like, okay, yeah, this was worth what I paid for it. And those moments used to be really rare, but they're getting closer and closer together as more and more media comes out that justifies VR as a medium in the same way that Avatar justified 3D movies. Anyway, I'll shut up about that. I hope to talk to you and Hydra, Netist and Hydra, offline or off stream after this, and coordinate and get everybody added in VR chat, so that we can hopefully organize a VR night. And we have not yet agreed on what night it's going to be. My schedule's pretty open. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So I can do Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. Short Talk can do any night except for Tuesday. So that leaves Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. It's not a bad idea. Just like props. I wonder if you could put trackers on them. If you could buy like a furniture that you can move around and put Vive trackers on them, so that they correspond to actual seating in VR space, so you don't try to sit down and fall on your ass. Anyway, that's my plans for after the stream. Let's get together, put our heads together, meeting of the minds. But for now, that's all for this stream. Get at me again on Wednesday. Same ham time, same ham channel. That's 7 o'clock p.m. West Coast time to 11 o'clock p.m. This is Hamdad, signing off, returning you to your regularly scheduled socialization. Maybe you sleep in a big bed with your wife. Whatever gratifying lives that you have to go back to. I'm just gonna go sleep on the floor and cry, I think.